So, hallo, hallo, hallo. Hello everyone. Hi Biob. Hi Magikey. Enjoy nothing. Um, Good luck, easy Grandmaster hack. Yes, I will have a need for that luck, let's just say. So, where did I stop? I stopped at a save set that crushes me. As per usual, I love loading the game and checking that it crashes. Time to open the S&W Central RAM map, because that's a very good sequence of things to say 2 minutes into the stream. Because of course I don't know what the power-up address is. No, it's not 19. Which one is it? 0db8. Love it. Isn't that the same saves as we loaded last week? Might very well be. It's not clear to me that I loaded any save set last time. In fact, half of the time was spent in some test ROM, right? So, yeah. In the previous episode, I figured out the message box. So, here's the message box. Yeah, it's very likely that I didn't set any save states, because I mean I spent half of the stream was spent in some test ROM anyway, because I was trying to figure out how to eat power-ups or something, and then I looked at a disassembly, and then I stared a lot at this message box. So just to recapitulate, what happened last time was that I stared at this message box for an extensive period of time. And so the conclusion seemed to be that this table is a lossy encoding of Yoshi eating a power-up, or rather Yoshi eating a sprite whose power-up flag is set, while Mario's in a certain state, and what you get in the item box. So for example, if you eat a power-up whose sprite ID is 70, hexadecimal 70, while Mario's power-up state is binary 10, then you end up with something in the item box that is 94. I forgot what this means again. It's Pokey Cape gives... Pokey Cape gives Yellow Koopa an item box. And we have other things, like if you eat a yellow Koopa, shelled yellow Koopa as a power-up, while small, then you get a brown platform in your item box. Unfortunately, this doesn't tell you that, but that's what you get. And this, I haven't figured out what this actually means. There were two interpretations for this. The first thing was if you... what was the first interpretation? There was two interpretations. I think the first interpretation was somehow you can somehow get a gas bubble in your item box. I mean, this definitely means be small, but the point is that there's a question mark here, so you could either fill an H or a B or something else here. And there were two interpretations, and of course I didn't write them down. Did I write them down? No, I did write them down. I did write them down. Unfortunately, I didn't write down what they actually mean. I just wrote down how I could fill in the item. Oh, this is great. So it said if you eat a charging... if you eat a charging chuck, age 91, while small, you get a cloud. That was one interpretation. The other interpretation was if you eat a shellless yellow Koopa, B11, while small, you get a gas bubble in your item box. Both of these are... both of these are consistent interpretations. Have you seen W plays? I have no idea what that is. Actually, I have no idea what that is. What is that? Also, be right back. Back. Okay, be upright. Neither of this fit this theory. Okay, neither of these fit Biop's theory, which is very sad. Because it means that there's at least a third meaning to this, I guess. Right, it's a site with a giant canvas on top of the world map. You can do pixel art. Yeah, okay. Actually, I've seen this. Like, and by seen it, I mean I have seen it mentioned. Why did I see it mentioned? I think because some Discord server was considering outsourcing W Play's discussion to a separate channel because it was flooding the actual channels. Right. This is my only contact with it. Yes, I am extremely in touch. No, you drew a Resnor near St. Mary of the Woods College. I wonder how many people actually get that reference. But okay. Okay, so apparently there might be a third interpretation to this, which I don't know. Very sad. And then we have H91. Right, so this was interesting because this is empty. Empty as in doesn't modify your item box. And that was interesting because this pretty much means that there is one interpretation for this. Because it's H91. You got DM'd by someone attending the college who asked you why there was so much Mario stuff. A, hilarious. B, how did you get PM? DM'd, PM'd, what do people say? DM'd, I guess. Is there like a DM system on there? Or also, where is that even? Where is that even? Okay. You can link your Discord on there. Okay, so you can do anyway. As you can see, I have zero idea about anything. Okay, okay, so the interpretation of this was H91 hashtag B10, I believe, goes to nothing, because if you eat a if you eat a charge and chuck while caped, the item box doesn't change. Hello, Dick Hedgehog. I guess it has been. What does this even mean? I guess it has been 5 years since I applied for affiliate, which gives me essentially nothing except for silly channel points. But I guess channel points and one emote, yeah. It has been a bit. How has it been 5? I mean, I guess I started streaming like 2017. It has been. Actually, it has been 8.5 years at this point. 8.5 years since I started playing Item Abuse 1 on stream. Was the first thing I ever streamed. Item Abuse 1. Oh well. No, I'm still stuck here and staring at this instead. Beautiful. Okay. Yeah, I mean 2020 was 5 years ago. Koeda 2 was 5 years ago. So weird. It goes even worse. I think it's been over a decade since Conan first quit Inferi. And the second quitting of Inferi is a decade old soon as well. It's I don't know. I've been doing this glitch puzzling stuff for too long. How? I think Conan quitting Inferi for the second time was 2016? Is that true? I think first time was like 2015 and the second time was 2016. Is that true? It all started in February 2014. And somehow it was like, it didn't take that long until he quit the first time, so it's been a while. It's been a while. Oh god, okay, back to whatever this is. I mean, I can say for myself, I found Conan in early 2013. And then I watched Super Puzzle World 3 Let's Play. And then I started playing glitch puzzles myself, essentially. Or roughly that time. Which means that I've been doing this for more than half of my life. Which is concerning, I think, but anyway. Okay, so back to understanding the Nested Box, though, for real. Because somehow, I mean, all of this should be a recapitulation. I mean, I sort of did most of this last time. But the thing is, what is up with the last? What is the last line? I mean, the scary thing about the last line is, of course, that it says B and then it has 3 question marks, which means that you have a power-up state, or which suggests the power-up state outside of the normal range of 0 to 3, and rather a power-up state in the range 4 to 7. Which, after all, isn't so bad, because after all, if you did this step, H07B00 goes to question mark, you now have a brown platform in your item box, and we all know a brown platform means power-up incrementation, possibly. And so, because of that, you can, I mean, power-up incrementation, and then you can do that. But then the question mark, the big question is, of course, what does this mean? What does this mean? Of course, there is a different interpretation. Is there? Is there? Is there? What could this mean? What could this mean? It could mean so many things. Okay, what is this interpretation? What could this mean? I mean, somehow, what could you put in the place of the question mark? You could put an H. Then this can either mean H01 or H11 or H21 or H31. It could also mean H41 and so on, but the point is that the power-up tables, they repeat every 64 entries, so every hex 40 entries they repeat. So you have H01, you have H11, you have H21, you have H31, after that it repeats. Barring maybe some point where the carry affects something, but let's not get into that for now. So you have these, right? And of course, being the extremely smart and diligent individual that I am, I have of course not written down any of the testing that I did last time, because I'm pretty sure I've tested all of these. So, I guess it might actually be worthwhile to go in and say, okay, I might want to open my test ROM again. So let's just open the test ROM again and go through all of the viable interpretations of these, right? Because I should maybe actually somehow be a bit more diligent with this and be a bit more systematic, because the problem is that I actually don't know what this line is supposed to tell me. It might tell me get a cloud, right? But then the question is, let me just switch which BizHawk is being captured. No, that's the wrong one. This is the right one. Close the RAM watch because it's the wrong version of BizHawk. It's very good to have two BizHawks open. It's very practical, you know. Hello, Bugs88, and thank you for the good luck. I definitely need it. Right, we have lots of springboards here. So what did I want to do? Right. I remember what this was trying to be. Right, I remember what this was trying to be. Unfortunately, wait. Unfortunately, I don't have my RAM watch for last time anymore, so I actually have to redo some of the stuff that I did last time. But at the end of the day, I don't actually need the pokey anymore. I can just do this with the springboard. So power. Which tweakabytes do I have to corrupt again? It's like the 4th and the 5th one, right? It gives power as the 4th one and the 5th one. So let's just check which one is the 4th one. 16.7a. What's a plus? It's 16.8.1, and then also maybe write that as hex. 16.8.1 and 16.8d, and also write that as hex, please. And then I want to remove that tweakabyte, and I want to set this tweakabyte. Now this should be a power-up. Looks like a power-up to me. I want to be small during all of this testing. And I want to... And during all of this testing, I want to change which sprite this is, which is address A5. And maybe also want that in hex, because I have the hex ones better memorized. Okay, so let's set a save state here, and this is now the testing setup. Maybe... Oh, I actually had saved the RAM watch. Oh well. I could have just loaded that. Anyway, saved it again. Okay, so I wanted to test the following interpretations of question mark 1. The first is H01, then there's H11, then there's H21, then there's H31. I think all of these are reasonable interpretations, so let's just test all of them. So this is H01, sorry. Looks like a spectacular crash to me. No, it's actually not very spectacular, it's just a crash. Okay, so let's just write this down. So, because after all, taking notes is important. So we have H01. We have H11. H11 looks like a crash to me. We have H21. Right, that's just a coin. So let's maybe check H61. They should repeat anyway, it's just that the coin is a special case. So H61 gives me something, but the something is... 88. Okay, so that's... Actually, which power up, which sprite would that be? It's 88, it's sprite FA. No, FB. Is that FB? I think it's FB. What do I have to RAM watch? A9. Oh. Why does it crash that badly? I'm a bit confused. I'm a bit confused. Anyway, not so important. So this was testing H6.1 as an interpretation. So let's test H3.1. This is extremely boring. What are you? Wait, what are you? This looks like a sprite I should know. Oh. Why do I get nothing? I mean, actually get nothing. What? Did I... Was it a mistake to, like, let it wake up or something? Oh no, the stun timer is non-zero. Stun timer is non-zero. Right. If you eat a power-up whose stun timer is non-zero, nothing happens. Right. This is a thing. One of the key game mechanics in this game. You have to know this, right? This, I mean, this is not even like something exclusive to these like glitch shitty power-ups. This happens with a mushroom rising out of a block. So this is an actual game mechanic. This is like an actual game mechanic. That's crazy. Okay, so I think you aren't. Yeah, exactly. Like, how are you going to play vanilla SNW if you don't even know that? Like, that's that's a key game mechanic. But yeah. Okay, so the thing is, this means that H01, H11, H61, and H31 don't get anything. And as I'm pretty sure that the power-ups loop around after this, I think I mean, I can test a bunch of other stuff. Not sure if I want to test other stuff. Let's just test some other stuff, though. But I mean, H41 should just crash again. Huh. I have no idea why I got that. Oh, because I rewinded past the point of me changing stuff. Yeah, very good. Very good that I test so diligently here. But yeah. Very good that I test so diligently here. Did the ninja just like... Yeah, I mean the game crashes. Let's just summarize it with that. Okay, so the game seems to crash. So then there were some interpretations where I interpret the mystery symbol as not an H, but as an arrow sign, where the arrow sign means treat as item box ID. Treating 1 as item box ID gives you 74, which is the mushroom. Treating 11 as the item box ID gives you 84, which is not a mushroom but something else. Treating 21 as the item box ID gives you 94, which I think is the whistling chuck. And treating it as arrow 31 gives you sprite A4, which I forgot what that is, but yeah. Anyway, so H01 gives you the mushroom, and in particular, I know what you get when you have a when you eat a mushroom and you are small. You get nothing in the item box. I think we all know that. Now that might actually be a mechanic that you learn while playing vanilla. Core game mechanic. If you touch a mushroom while small, you get big and get nothing in the item box. There we go. We learned the actual game mechanics here. So arrow 11, this corresponds to making its sprite 84. So it looks like a game crash to me. 94 should give me the winged key in the item box. Yep. And A4 crashes the game again. But in crashing the game, it puts something in my item box, namely sprite number 14. And the thing I don't understand is, I'm pretty sure last time anyway. Let's just take that fact into account. It's 18. What's 18? 73 plus 18 is... What's 73 plus 18? 8b, right? 8b. What's 8b? Does anyone know what 8b is off the top of their heads? I don't know. 8b... Puff of smoke from Yoshi's house. I have the feeling that that's not going to be the relevant sprite that I really want to use. Just ignore that for a second. So this gives me, so arrow 21 P00 gives me the key, which is 0D. Tens doesn't fit, and then this gives me 18, but it crashes. Okay. And then lastly, we end up with the interpretation where this is B11. I find it very interesting that I got this message box. I have no idea what the return address for this is, but it sure looks like a good effect. Okay, but okay, so this was the other interpretation. So this is B11, B00. And it gives me the green gas bubble, which is 1D. But it also opens a message box. Do I gain anything from opening a message box? That's puzzle material. It was the how's it called? Naked Yellow Cooper. It's the thing that gives you the gas bubble in the item box. I don't know why it ended up jumping to the open message box routine. I mean, it's not actually a message box, right? It just opens the message. It just opens the message. Which you can use, of course, right? To, I don't know, despawn layer 3. If you really want to. But yeah, you would have to trace log this to find out what actually caused this. I'm not that willing to trace log it right now. But yeah, you can trace log it if you really want to. But okay. So this gives me two plausible interpretations, which is one, yellow naked Koopa, get gas bubble. Sure, that's one interpretation. The other interpretation is get cloud. Now the question is, of course, what do I want to do with the cloud? Because after all, at some point, I still want to beat this hack, right? And the question is, how does a cloud help me with beating the hack? Now you could say, well, the cloud speeds up the Bowser fight. So this is a clear hint that you want to fight Bowser. Yeah. Let's maybe not get into that. The other thing is that there's this overworld hint, of course. The overworld hint I haven't forgotten. The overworld hint seemed to suggest that the last line of the message box might just read arrow 90 plus B0 plus B 100 gives something, and I have forgotten what that means. So let's just check it out again. But in fact, if you think about what that means, 90 in the item box corresponds to a yellow naked Koopa. Right, because 90 plus 73 is wraps it around, gives you 03. And I can just check that, but I'm pretty sure this is a true statement. There you go, it's a yellow naked Koopa. So if I was in power up state 4, and this was the yellow naked Koopa, I am pretty sure I've tested this last time, but right, it was just another way to get the gas bubble. But of course the gas bubble is sprite 90. So what you could also interpret this to mean is if you are in power up state 4 and you eat a gas bubble. But I am pretty sure that that only gave me a cloud again. Let's just double check that statement. This should give me a cloud. This was an exciting crash, and not the crash that I wanted. Let's just reset all of this setup, and let's just... I hate this. This crashes the game, but it does give me a cloud in the process. So let's just ignore this for a second. So this gives me a cloud again. So this gives me a gas bubble again. And then this gives me a cloud again. I don't know why I keep getting that message box. It's very weird to me. But in particular, I stay at power up state 4. Which in this ROM looks a bit different than usual, I have the feeling. Because this is still power up state 4. I actually don't know how power up state 4 looks. I have completely forgotten how all of the power up states look. I also never cared about them. But okay, anyway. So the summary is of all of this appears to be, I did check correctly last time, and somehow this gives you cloud. Right? So you could you could interpret. Where is it? You could interpret this line as saying, okay, sure, if you now eat the gas bubble that you got from this step, well, in power up state 4, you get a cloud. You can interpret it that way. You can also interpret it in a myriad of other ways, but one way of interpreting it. Just because of the overworld hint, right? Because the overworld hint has the 90 and the 4, and so the 90. But it's arrow 90, so maybe that's not consistent then. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? But okay, so the thing is, I am not any smarter after doing this, because at the end of the day, I have no idea what any of this is helping me, right? How any of this is helping me. So the thing is, the thing is, last time, or maybe also the time before, actually twice, I figured out that if you are in power up state 87 and you collect a mushroom, you get an orb in the item box, and it doesn't crash the game in the process. And so the nice thing about the statement, first of all, it's true. It's very helpful. But the second thing that makes it so useful is that the orb actually is able to finish the level, and also you spawn into a mushroom at the beginning of the level, of the next level, right? Somehow, the claim that I'm making here is just, as you start this level, you get into a mushroom. So if you start this level with power up state 87, you just win. And so going to power up state 87 would be very helpful. Unfortunately, going to power up state 87 is very hard. The problem somehow is that, I mean, all of the stuff that I figured out now somehow tells me how to get a cloud or something. What do I want to do with the cloud? Like, how does the cloud help me with anything? Literally anything whatsoever. Like, what does the cloud do? Maybe I should just ask the question, what does the cloud do? Because at the end of the day, that's somehow the question I should ask myself, maybe. So from reading the disassembly, I knew that the game, that this has special cases clouds for some reason. In that whenever the game detects that you have a cloud in your item box, it skips the open bus ride that would appear otherwise, right? Because normally you get the cloud and then immediately the return address becomes 014A13, and 014A13, if you know anything about the SNES address space, you know that this is open bus. And so you end up in open bus, and now you have done, well, you have probably crashed the game, and if you haven't crashed the game, you have probably assumed total control. Or for some reason you did the RLX setup, but sure, not going to happen here. And so it appears to me somehow the game wants me to get a cloud. But then, of course, the question is, what does the cloud actually do? Because the thing is, you can just get a cloud in your item box, right? Somehow that's not a big problem. But then you go into this level and you collect a midway point, you collect a mushroom, and now there's a mushroom in your item box which you didn't want. In particular, there's not a cloud in your item box now. So somehow you spend a lot of effort to get a cloud, and then you don't have your cloud anymore. Of course, you could say, okay, well, wait a second, but you get the cloud here, so just use the cloud here. What for? What is the point of having a cloud? Why do I want a cloud? How does a cloud help me with anything? Maybe a question you should ask yourself. Do you work very hard to get a cloud? And now what? Now, of course, you could say, okay, wait, now you have a cloud. That's extremely cool, right? We love clouds. I mean, to some extent, you might be right? Like, clouds are pretty cool, but how does it help? Actually, wait a second. I just realized that there's a different way, I think, to... Is that true? No, that's true. That's wrong. Okay, forget what I just said. I realized something that's wrong. So somehow you get your cloud in this level, right? Because you get it in this level, right? Like all of the fabulating about how a cloud would be helpful here is of course completely useless, because if you just take the cloud into this level, you don't keep it. So you take your cloud into this level, you don't keep it. Okay, great. So what did you gain? Nothing. So you have your cloud, in fact, on this level. So what do you do with your cloud here? Well, step one, you realize that it's actually not so hard, not so easy to even collect it. But okay, sure, that's a problem you can solve. That's a solvable problem. We know how to move items around at this point somehow. So you have your cloud. Now, what do you do with your cloud? Suddenly, you have a cloud, but now what? Maybe I should check something out. Don't think I need this anymore. So let's just check something out for a second here. Which is don't need this for a second. Hello, please. Thank you. Okay. Just finish this level for a second. Let's go to the actual level. So maybe give me why is the game slowing down? Well, anyway, I blame the RAM watch or something. Doesn't really matter right now. God, Can't do anything right now. Okay. Is this... Wait, what is this? I am very confused. Oh. There's my cloud. So I have my cloud. I want to test something with the cloud. First of all, I need to actually move somewhere with the cloud. Wait, what? This one-way block sucks. I'm not doing anything. I'm just like... I'm not even doing anything. I just go through. Wow. Wow. This block sucks. Like, it actually just doesn't work at all. Okay, so what I wanted to check. Can you actually enter a pipe in screen 255 this way? Because I'm extremely close, right? You are very close to being in screen 255. But pipes, to some extent, they try to prevent this, right? I mean, somehow the S&W developers they did some questionable stuff, but they also did some stuff that's actually very good. Unfortunately, at this point, I wish that they were slightly worse at their job. Can I have a P-switch for a second? Uh, 14 AD. Give me a P-switch, please. Just to give me some more space. Because I mean, in an actual attempt, I probably would have a P-switch here. Maybe that's slightly bad. Maybe I do want the cloud to be a bit down here. Not maybe so much down here. Maybe this is good enough. Okay, maybe like this. Can you actually enter a pipe in screen? 255 this way? Because it seems like no. Because it seems like we're just shortening the pipe entry animation to compensate for this. Which somehow pipes are unfortunately well coded in that regard. They actually do shorten their animation in order to prevent you from like the deeper you clip into a pipe, you somehow get less animation. Probably precisely to counter this effect. That you try to enter a pipe and end up in a different screen after entering the pipe. Which I mean still happens, but it doesn't happen that badly apparently. That's slightly sad. This is very bad. Yeah, this shortens your... it just shortens the pipe entry animation to compensate for this. I guess I want to like go a bit deeper into... Like, how deep can you go into the pipe? Does this ever stop working, this mechanic? Maybe this is the question I should be asking myself. Does this ever stop working? Just see. Let's just give myself a bunch of... I'm confused right now. Wait. Where did I fuck up, actually? Wait, I fucked up something. And I actually don't know what I fucked up. Huh. What did I fuck up? What am I doing? Okay, I don't know what I was... Fuck! What I was doing? Okay, so... Huh. So you can go here, but that's pretty useless, actually. This doesn't seem so terribly useful. Yeah. Huh. Okay, so the problem is that no matter what I do here, I seem to end up... The pipe seems to win. The pipe just wins. So the best thing I can achieve is being 1 pixel away from entering in screen 255. Now, of course, the question is, what would it even help if I entered in screen 255? And to that, I only have the answer, I don't know. Well, it would be pretty cool. Actually, what does it help? So what would you load? You would load address 1AB7. What's 1AB7? Maybe I should ask that. Ah, right, it's the item memory setting. Wait, it's the item memory setting. And it's 1AB7. Which seems extremely bad, because 1AB7 is item memory index 1. And item memory index 1 is not being used here, right? No, it is! Oh. Huh. So this does use item memory index. Oh. One AB7. 1AB7. What's 1AB7 then? 1AB7. That's part of item memory index 1. It would be the same as 1A37 for item memory index 0. 1A37. Imagine making a puzzle out of that. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's time to open this in Lunar Magic again. I mean, I have it open in Lunar Magic, I just have to show it. So, 1A37. What would 1A37 mean? Well, this is 19F8, this is 19FC, this is 1A00, 1A04, 08, Oh. Not the biggest fan of how far this is leading me astray. To be precise, 1A37 ends up being like way over here. What does way over here mean? Way over here means it encodes this. This is what 1A37 encodes. I have the somewhat fleeting feeling that it's going to be very hard to set item memory here. Just saying. Just saying. It seems like it would be hard to set the item memory here. Hmm. Yeah, let's just say I don't think I can set the item memory here. Just double check that what 1AB7 even is. Oh, it's constant 0. Who could have guessed? 1AD7 is also 0. Huh. So I don't actually gain anything from entering in screen 255. Ah, that's unfortunate. You gain an infinite bonus game. Truly unfortunate. High noise. Okay, so I found a way to get an infinite bonus game. Maybe, possibly, perhaps. I actually didn't even find that way. Huh. Now this is unfortunate, because it means that I'm once again out of ideas. Be right back. Ah, okay, back. You were playing retro achievements for Get Rich Quick, and you went to check my tasks for stress. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like half of them, I guess, might actually be like RTA viable, and the other half probably isn't. I mean, somehow, what do I do? I mean, of course, I do like one speed sticky flies at some point. I do a 30 hertz Yoshi dismount against a multiple coin block. I do several times a mid-air with fire flower into burn shell collect coin. No, wait. First world, I think most of the strats I do are viable. First level definitely is. Second level is. Third level is. Fourth level. What's the fourth level? Is the fourth level the thing where I do the fire flower mid-air shell jump? I think it might be. What's the fifth level? Ah. Sixth level definitely is viable though. No. Last level definitely is viable. First two levels are also viable. I forgot what the fifth level is. Or maybe I forgot what the fourth level is. Wait a second. Time to watch my own video to find out what my strats are. Why is my... Oh, it's the cave level. Right. I think cave level should be fine. The shell jump there is a bit nasty, but it should work, and the rest is fine, right? I mean, sure, don't do the shell jump to get the invisible coin block, but that saves like 3 frames anyway. I mean, just to like... Just that you can see. Oh, you can't. Ah, right, you can't see because OBS hates recording Firefox. Right, I forgot about that. Okay, sorry you can't see what I'm talking about. You have to watch the task yourself. Unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, but 4th level definitely isn't viable. Yeah, I mean, the hack is actually hard. Some platinum medals are actually hard if you go for the Martier. I mean, even if you don't go for the Martier, even if you like test them, you will very often your first route will actually fail to get platinum. What do you mean? That hack is weird. What do you mean? That the jump heights are wrong? Yes, the jump heights are wrong. They're sometimes off by 1 speed. I'm sure you didn't even notice that. Did you mention to the pipe thing? No. I also looked up where the pipe leads, and it leads to an infinite bonus game because the address it loads is the item memory for this location of the screen. As far as I can tell. And then this portion of the screen. Right, so this is... Oh yeah, if you eat a shell while spin jumping on it. Yeah, sure. I mean, Zeliker fixed a bunch of stuff because... Well... Because basically, version 1 didn't have all of these patches, and then I duplicated blocks all over the place. And then I was like, yeah, maybe you should fix that. But yeah, first version that I got didn't have these fixes. It was a glorious time of duplicating blocks, you know. Yes, it's partially my fault. But okay, back to this. The problem is I still don't know what I want to do. I mean, so the thing is, last time I found... Where did I find again? I found a switch palace. Not this one. this Switch Palace. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to interact. I'm not sure I'm supposed to interact with this at all. But I mean, you can try to. I mean, isn't that exciting here? Like, it's Switch Palace. You can try to enter it. You can use 2 springboards and get hyperspeed of the climbing net. And then you have a lot of speed. And you can maybe use that speed to get through here. I'm not sure if the net is long enough for that. Is the net long enough for that? Because you need the absolute max speed. You need the one that gives you the ability to jump, but gives you the low jump. The net long enough for that? Let's just double check with a net that I know is long enough. Oh, it's the wrong room. That looks like this net is a bit longer. Looks like the net is a bit longer here. It's 1 block longer, right? Yeah, no, it's 2 blocks longer even. Huh. That is too short. I think it has to be this long. Does it? How long is this net actually? Where's the net? Here's the net. That is a bit shorter than the one in Cataclysm. But it still is longer than the one here. I think this net is too short to get the 127 speed. Probably. Maybe? Maybe you can try to do hyperspeed into the message blocks and into the message box until it wraps around? Ah. Is that possible? Can you like hyperspeed into the message box? I feel like the message box is too high for that. Is it? Because I mean, you gain speed as long as you are on the net, right? As long as you are on the net, you gain speed. And so the point is why the net needs to be a bit long is that you stay on the net for a while. I guess you could try to hyperspeed into the message box until you wrap around, and then you... But then you somehow need to release the net. But at some point the effect also just ends. Why are we considering this level? I don't know, I found it. I'm not sure if it has anything meaningful to hide, this level. I'm just staring at it because I added because I found it. That's it. That's the entire reason. Why are we considering this level? Very good question. I think that's the actual answer I should give. Very good question. No, I mean I have no actual reason to consider the level. But this is so weird. Like this room is just Like, the thing is, I have no idea how this level can be useful in any way. I mean, sure, it gives me access to the message box, which, I mean, is not useful in any way. I could finish the level by entering at a power-up state 87, but that's degenerate. I mean, that's somehow a degenerate strategy, and also don't even know how to actually enter power-up state 87. I could probably find some route that does it, but I kind of don't want to. I mean, I can find some route that does it. I mean, yeah, I mean, if anything, if nothing works anymore, then you just stun this block and you ace. Great. Right, but these are somehow degenerate strategies. But then for non-degenerate strategies, I just don't see anything. Like, anything. Like, I actually don't see anything that's somehow a non-degenerate strategy in this. Because if you finish the level by on Yoshi, you just lose. You finish the level with the power with something useful in your item box, it gets overwritten by the mushroom. You do anything else, I don't know, you're sad. Wait a second, something I didn't realize. Wait, this is something I didn't realize, actually. Oh. Oh, wait, I'm stupid. Oh god, I'm so stupid. Oh no! I think I'm just genuinely completely stupid. Yes, I am. Oh no! Oh no! Okay. Here's a completely stupid and silly observation about this table. 0, 1, 1, 1, 0. You might be saying, okay, wait a second, what are you saying here? 0? 0. This is what I'm saying. LEA, BEQ, STA. So what does 0 mean? It doesn't mean empty your item box. It means don't change your item box. What does this mean? It means that if you enter this room in power-up state 4, collecting this mushroom does in fact not change your item box. Okay? Collecting a mushroom puts it into your item box if you are in power-up state 1, or in power-up state 2, or in power-up state 3. This is not true if you are in power-up state 4. Because there's a 0 here. I've looked at this table for God knows how long without realizing this extremely elementary fact about this table. Right? If you are in power-up state 4, and you collect a mushroom, nothing goes into your item box. Your item box just stays the same. So if you just enter this room while in power-up state 4 and you have something useful in the item box, then after collecting this mushroom, you still have something useful in your item box. Okay? You don't need to get the useful thing off of this mushroom. You can just bring it from the next level, from the previous level. Just enter this room while in power-up state 4, just bring something in your item box, And you keep it. You keep it. You just keep it. Isn't that beautiful? Yes, that's a truly beautiful statement, I know. So, here's of course the question. What do you bring in your item box? Well, suddenly the options become vast again. Because here's a list of things that would be useful to bring in the item box. An orb. A gold tape. What else? A key. Do you know how you get a key in the item box? Because I do. You eat a whistling chuck. While small. How do you get a whistling chuck? I don't know, you cry. Yeah, maybe the whistling chuck wasn't a good option. How do you get your key again? There was a way to get a key. Doc, how do you get your key again? Eat a whistling chuck while small, but there was something else. Well, anyway, the point is, I had a misconception about this room. For legitimately, like, the past 10 hours of playing this. I had the very fundamental misconception that this mushroom goes into your item box. That's wrong. It goes into your item box when you are in power up state 1. It goes into your item box when you have power step 2, power up step 3, power up state 5. When you have power up state 7, it gives something. But you see the 0? Because I see the 0, and I know what it means now. Okay, great. So I learned something today. I think this is tangible progress. Because clearing up a misconception is very tangible progress, in fact. It's important to clear up your misconceptions sometimes. Then you learn something about the game in the process. Okay, so I had a misconception about the game. Or rather about this room specifically. If you had actually asked me the question, I could have told you because I've been staring at the table for a while now, but somehow I completely didn't realize what this actually concretely means here. It means that if you're on power up state 4, you are allowed to keep your item box content into this room. Okay, so apparently 93 and 94 give you a key. Just going to believe you. Just going to believe you. I mean, 94 doesn't crash. I think we know that. What's 93? It's another chuck. Which chuck is it? Bouncing. Apparently you die. It doesn't crash the game, but you die. It's the you warp below the level effect. That's what this table says, at least. $91 if you're cape. You have a 91 crashes. Why is that true? 91 if you're cape? Are you sure? Why did I think you're wrong? I'm not sure. There was some reason I thought you were wrong. SEC, SBC, ASL, ASL. 91 minus 74 gives 1D. ASL, ASL gives 74? Is that true? I think it's 74. Yeah, 74. Or A19 gives 76. So I have to look at 01C586, 01C586, 0D, 0D. Yeah, that looks like it. Yeah. Ah! Ha! Ah, you're right in vanilla, but this 0D is a 00 in this ROM. So it doesn't actually work. Right, I was like, why? I'm pretty sure this doesn't work. 91 if you're cape, I was sure it doesn't work. Because I've actually tested this last stream. 91 if you're cape. Because it's charging chuck. 91 is charging chuck. And this 0D is a 00, so you don't get anything. But 0D is key, I agree. So 93 went small, I guess, is this 0D here. This, then this, yes, and then this, and this 0D. Yeah, okay, so this is 93 went small, and this is 94 went small. It's the 0Ds here. These stay, I think. ASL 0D, SEC, RR, I'm not sure of these. I should probably look at an actual disassembly of the hack. Bum. Zero one C510. So we just have to check for 0Ds. Yeah, should be stored DA0D. Yes. Yes, it is. Yes. The question is maybe this was knocked out, right? It might happen that this was knocked out. I think it wasn't though. Right, so this is this part of the code. So this is the ASL0DDA, and this is the SEC, and this is the ROR 0DDA. And then this is RTL. 6B is RTL, yeah. Okay, here we have another 0D, by the way. What is this, by the way? This is A9 is LDA, right? Ah, really? We load the constant 0D. Huh. That's funny. So this is an actual constant 0D load. Okay, so maybe I should just be checking for 0Ds here. Or at this level. How do you get keys in your item box? Actually, I have checked this before, right? Yes, but I didn't write down the result. I didn't. No, I did. Huh, I did. Wait, I did. I did. In fact, I mean, this is the very first analysis I ever did. In this hack, I think. Like the very first like actual disassembly reason code analysis that I ever did. And you told me about the fact that there is a 0, 0 here instead of a 0D. So we've gone full circle now. You told me about the fact that there is a 0, 0 here instead of a 0D. And not just this one. No, this one. This one is the one that changes. This is you told me about this. And also about the fact that there is a 0D here, which isn't here. Yeah, sure. Someone, this is the this is what happened. Anyway, because there should be a 0D like here. This should be a 0D, but there isn't because somehow this is where some code got moved. Right, because of an instead of an STA 0DC2, we have a JML here. Okay, anyway. Right, so there was 3 0Ds, and I mean, there are in fact in vanilla there are 5, but 5 ways to get a key, but in this hack there are only 3. And they are located not here, but rather here, here, and here. These are the 3 ways to get a key. So these are 7C, 80, and 8D. And 7C is ends in 0, 0, and I mean the last 2 bits are 0, 0. And so this is in fact just 1 F times 4. And 80 is just 20 times 4. And 8D is 23 times 4 plus 1. So what does this tell me? This tells me that if you now you reverse this, you ASL2. Wait, what? I ASL twice now. Now I need to add back 73. No, 74. Need to add 74 again. Right. I have to reverse the calculation, so I have to add 74. I have to add 74. Okay, so I add 74, 1F. I add 74, and I end up with 93, 94, and 97. Okay. And also they loop around every 40. So this could also be 13 or 53 or D3. Or 14, 54 at D4. Or 17, 57 and D7. So in other words, we have just recovered the chucks that you can eat to get a key in your item box. But the important thing is that this also tells me that... Tell me anything? I have the feeling it doesn't tell me anything. I want to say this also tells me, but I have the feeling it actually doesn't tell me anything. What's sprite 17? Ah, it's a generator cheap. 53, 54, 57, 93, 94, 97, 97 is a chuck. D3 is a super coup. Ah, okay, and D3, D4, D7 are already way into the territory. Okay, so getting a key seems out of the question. At least with like normal power-up stats. That's true. That's true. That seems to be true. Or is it? Yeah, probably it is. What's sprite 12? Unused, okay. I have the feeling this is not going to work. Yeah. Okay. So, at the end of the day, what do we learn from this? Okay, so first of all, we learned that I was stupid. Because I had the misconception that collecting a mushroom changes your item box content. Which is usually true, but it's not true in the world of glitch power-ups. Because of that, I basically need to reevaluate a lot of approaches that I have discarded. Because, for example, putting a key in the item box was discarded because every way of doing so by collecting a mushroom crashes. Now I can discard it for a much better reason. Namely that I don't have access to any of the sprites. 93, 94, 97, or 13, 14, 17, or 53, 54, 57. Or D3, D4, D7 for that matter. If I had access to any of these sprites, I would be good. But I don't, as far as I can tell. I only have access to sprites 90 and 8B out of the ones that are somewhat close to these. No, is 8B true? No, 8C, 8A? 8.9? 8A? 8.7. 8.7. Called Cloud. And actually 8.7 is completely useless, because 8.7 gives the same power-ups as 0.7. Because at the beginning of the calculation ASLs twice, so the two largest bits get cut off, so the difference between 87 and 0.7 disappears. And because of that, I can just... and 0.7 I already know how to get, right? That's a shell yellow Koopa. That's a yellow Koopa with shell. Okay, so that's good. I suppose. I suppose that's good. It's good because it means that I have now a completely new way of looking at this level. Good. Okay, so now back to looking at this level, because now somehow what I want to do in this level might change. So how do you get an orb? Orb was D7 in the disassembly. And I had found, I think, a unique D7 in here, namely this guy, which you normally get by eating a clapping chuck in Power Up State 3, aka eating a clapping chuck as Fire Mario. Of course, we all know that's how you get the orb. Are there any other ways to trigger this D7? Well, no, not really. I mean, the only other questions would be which sprites have similar sprite IDs as the clapping chuck. Clapping chuck being 95, so what's sprite 15? It's a fish. Wait a second. It's a fish. It's a horizontal fish. This is concerning. Yes, that's the P-switch fish. Wait, what? Yes, with flour. Okay, so this seems to suggest the following route. Do we have any other power-ups for options for power-up states? For orb? No. Orb needs to be done while in power-up state 3. I mean, power-up state 7 could also work, but let's not go that far. Your power-up state needs to end in 3 in its binary representation, so it needs to be a flower, basically. There's a unique way to get the orb in the 256-byte table. Okay. Yes, but I mean, from that point of view, that's actually very good, right? Because it means that you are already in flower state, right? You are in flower state. Right? To get orb, you want to be in flower state. And to do the PI to PI4, you also want to be in flower state. And so this is actually excellent. It's really excellent, the fact that you want to be in flower state to get both the orb and the PI, because this means that this actually lines up. So here's the other problem. You get your orb, but you want to use the orb to finish the next level, right? You don't want to finish this level using the orb. You want to finish the next level using the orb. So what this seems to suggest is that you do the following things. You get your brown platform in your item box. You reload the level. You spawn a Reznor. You Yoshify the platform to turn a fish into a power-up. You eat the fish. You you eat the fish. You get an orb in the item box. You do PI, and then you kill the Reznor to finish the level. because we somehow still need to finish the level, right? After getting the orb. And getting the orb involves Yoshification. And you do not want to start the next level on Yoshi. So after doing the Yoshification, you want to sit on a Yoshi again so that you can dismount it and clear the Yoshi flag. So you only want to do Yoshification once. I guess that's not entirely true. I guess you could like double grab P-switch baby Yoshi on Yoshi and somehow get 3 Yoshis. And just get 2 orbs. And then do PI. That would skip the Resnor. It would involve getting 2 orbs. Or it would be another option, right? Because somehow you need to get the orb and then you need to find a way to finish the level. Did orb give SE1? Good question. Gold spheres and boss kills grant you the secret exit. So yes, orb does give SE1. So doing double orb is actually viable. To do double orb, you need to Yoshify twice, but Yoshifying twice is again viable. Because you can bring Yoshi, you can grab a baby Yoshi on Yoshi, and then you have 3 Yoshis in this room. Right? I mean, that sounds ridiculous, of course, but somehow that's an option. Actually, I just realized how to do Yoshification in this. Because somehow there was a huge problem with doing Yoshification in my mind's eye. Because have you seen ways to discard the Yoshi? I haven't seen many. So there are actually several ways. Way 1. Do a null sprite split Yoshi in slot 1. Okay. Do a null sprite way 2. Do a null sprite split Yoshi in slot 3. But actually way 3 is the most elegant one, I feel like. Take a baby Yoshi in the lowest slot, wedge it into the wall, scroll it through the wall, drop a power-up onto it, feed it, it becomes visible, it falls down. Truly elegant, I know. Right? So you get a baby Yoshi, you wedge it into this wall, you scroll it through the wall. It falls down, you drop a power-up down here, the Yoshi falls onto the power-up, it grows. And in doing so, it becomes a Yoshi that despawns. You use this to Yoshify the platform. The platform sets C2, so you sit on the Yoshi. You spit out the content of the platform's mouth. Wait a second. Do flopping fish ever have a speed of 12? What are the speeds of flopping fish? What are the horizontal speeds of flopping fish? How is the fish called? Why is the... Sorry, I'm a bit confused. What's the name of the fish in this disassembly? Fish main. So which speeds can a fish have? 4, 8, 10, no, 4, 8, 16, 20. You know which multiple of 4 is missing? Exactly, 12. Fuck this. Ah! Ah! Oh no! The plan was so good until the fish decided to have weird speeds. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh, uh. The plan was so good until the fish decided to have weird speeds. Because the problem is you can't grab horizontal fish, right? Can you? Actually, can you grab a stunned fish? Because somehow one of the key problems with stunned fish is that they stop being stunned the moment they hit the ground. Cause of this amazing line in the code. Where is it? Yeah, I think you can't. Like, the fact that this actual line in the code exists, right? Like, this line in the code, this was put here deliberately. This is such an absurdity to me. Anyway, be right back. Just enjoy looking at this line of the code. Okay, back. Um, so how does this work? I mean, I think you cannot actually carry around fish. But I don't actually know why. I don't see any reason a priori why this shouldn't be true, except that probably it isn't. I don't know why. Because somehow... I mean, somehow it must happen inside this routine, right? Sub spur spur p Mario spur. Which is just an amazing... Just an amazing name for a routine. Let's just take the Mario sprite interaction routine. And let's just check this routine then. So what's 16.7a? It's one of these tweaker bits. Which one is it? Ah, process Mario interaction with Mario every frame. We have the actual Mario sprite interaction routine here. So I guess it is default interact R where this happens. I've never actually looked at this part of the code. This is interesting. What is 16.7a? Another tweaker bit, of course. It is invincible to Star Cape Fire bouncing bricks. Okay. Let's skip ahead here. Branch if not a carryable sprite. Handle touching a carryable sprite. AA42. This is interesting. Because I don't see the reason why Mario would kill it. I think I need to actually test this. I'm pretty sure you can't grab it, but I don't actually understand why. I guess this just means it's time to open the test ROM again. Yeah, but I don't actually know why that would happen, like, at all. So I guess the point is I just... I guess the thing... It's You'll see what I do in a second. Yeah, I mean it's just easy to try it out, so let's just try it out. Where is... Go away disassembly. Okay. Okay, you just don't interact with it at all. Just no interaction at all. Okay, so this is what happens. Just no interaction. Okay. I'm pretty sure I've tried this out before, but somehow it's so unremarkable what happens here that... And so here's the real problem. You see the horizontal speeds that the fish has? Yes, I unfortunately also see them. So the unfortunate part about them is they're not 5, 7, 10, 11, 12, minus 34, minus 33, or minus 15. They're just not one of these. Yeah, exactly, right? Like somebody would have carried a fish through an item filter by now. Although there's something else that's very useful to carry through an item filter that I also have seen someone carry through an item filter, but probably just because the sprite is rare, and I don't want to say which one it is, because I want to still require that sometimes, at some point. Like in 2000, I don't know, 51 when I built a glitch puzzle hack. Again. Or something. No, I swear something will be released at some point again. Although, wait a second. I just realized something. Probably doesn't work. I just want to see what happens. Yeah. Right. This is what happens. Yeah. Okay, this is a bit unfortunate. It is a bit cursed what's happening here. But it is just a fish. With non-standard tweaker bites. There's nothing wrong with this fish, it's just it had its tweaker bites changed a bit. Just say that. This is so absurd. Yeah, Yeah, this is not so useful. The problem is if you swallow a power-up, then it doesn't work as a power-up anymore. If it has the stay in Yoshi's mouth bit set. Which unfortunately this fish just does have this bit set. Unfortunate fact of life. This fish does have that bit set. Okay, so how can I make this fish, this perfectly normal fish, have one of the nice X speeds? 4 is also not one of them, of course. So it won't do it on its own. I need to find some way to change the speed of this fish. How do you change the speed of a fish? Spit it out. None of this works. The spitting out a fish will always give it 16 speed, right? Because, I mean, it can also give it 48 speed, but that's not useful. That's not any more useful. Because 48 is also not on the list of good speeds. What? You see this? You see this? Because I see it. Yay! It's a fish with 12 speed. Most exciting thing to happen. Yay! Okay. No, this route is very exciting, in fact, because you see the thing about this fish is that if its stun timer was also set, it could double function as spawning a reservoir and being useful for other things in the same time. Right? Demonstration. um, uh, you can actually... Wait, can you? Mm. 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 I swear there's a way to do this. We'll get it in a second. Give me some stun timer to work with. Wait, what? Wait, I'm a bit confused. Why is the fish moving so slowly? I'm so confused. Isn't there this like interaction where Where you spit out a sprite whose stun timer is very low and then it just goes like zooming? What? I'm so confused about this game right now. I thought this interaction existed. What? Wait, what's wrong with my... What's wrong with my fish? I thought this is how the game worked. Actually though. Oh, isn't it when a sprite jumps out of an item with a low timer? Huh, okay, maybe... I thought I had done this to a fish before though. Ah, no, it was the fish jumping out. I guess it was the fish jumping out of the... Out of the P-switch? Also, hi Durf82, welcome to me being extremely excited about the fact that I can get a fish with 12 horizontal speed. You see how extremely exciting that is? Most exciting interaction in the game. No, I mean, I guess I'm just wrong then. It's very likely that I'm just wrong. Because clearly this interaction does not in fact exist. Hmm. And in fact, this means that even if the stun timer is set nicely, you can't spawn a Reznor and get it to have the good 12 speed at the same time. Because you have to duck spit out to get it to spawn a Reznor. But you have to split it this way in order to get it to have nice speed. Okay, very sad. So I guess this means I need to what does this actually mean in practice? In practice, this means that I need to stun at least 2 fish. Is Sprite Buoyancy set? No. Sprite Buoyancy is not set. And because Sprite Buoyancy is not set, this means that spawning a Reznor would in fact require a double stun. Which, I mean, okay, that's really not the most scary thing, but... Actually, no! Oh, right! Because you have to double stun to spawn a Reznor anyway, you can do this off of the first stun. You really don't want to do that, I think. Ah, no, but then you still need the fish afterwards. I guess that's not actually bad, though. Ah, but still. Like, with a double stun Reznor setup, you always get a headache already that the stun timer is so low. I think you don't want to do this. Yeah, I think you don't want to do this. But what if you do it? Actually, that's not so bad. Actually, now that I think about it more, it's not so bad. Okay, maybe it is bad. No! Is it? How bad is it? Okay, okay, here's the route. Here's the route. Oh god, this is one of the most stupid things that I have planned. Okay, so here's the route. For this part of the puzzle. You get 2 Yoshis. You store sprite slot... Sorry, no. You get a visible Yoshi, and you get an invisible Yoshi. Oh. Maybe actually I'm already... Maybe this is actually not work. Maybe this cannot work? Can this work? Wait. Can this work? Ah. Ah, this is my route. When I realize it doesn't work. Yeah. You know, that's the reason why I explain my routes. to always include this very important step. Realize that it doesn't work. I mean, this is a common theme on the stream, right? I come up with a stupid route and it just doesn't work. Oops. Yeah, I think it doesn't work. Wait, is this logistically even possible? Yeah, I think it's better to just... I think it's better to just... Yeah, but... Maybe I do want to do a 3 Yoshi route regardless. Yeah, but then I might as well do a... Then I might as well do a 2 orb route. If I do a double Yoshi route. Could do a Resnor route, but what do I gain from doing a Resnor route? I mean, I just need to trigger an exit, right? Ah, I need to trigger secret exit 1. But boss kills grant secret exit in here. And orb also grants secret exit in here. So it doesn't really matter what I do, as long as I get an exit. Because I mean, what do I want to do? Hmm. No, I mean... So okay, so there is a problem. There's actually a huge problem here. I mean, is there really though? Or is it just an annoyance? No, I feel like it's an... is it an actual problem though? Because I mean, I can stun a lot. I mean, I somehow need to carefully plan my stuns ahead of time, but... But I mean, I do have like this P-switch block, for example, and the P-switch block has the very nice property of being, well, dupable. You can just dupe this. And if you can dupe it, you're sort of good, right? Then you're kind of good, if you can do that. Okay, so what do you want to do? I mean, somehow you want to finish the level and you want to get an orb in your item box. And to get the orb in your item box, you want to be Fire Mario and power upify a fish. And then you want to eat the fish, which then behaves as a clapping chuck. And so you win. Maybe I should double check that last claim before I actually try all of this nonsense. Oh. Oops. Okay, so I take my fish. My fish with currently a bit broken tweaker bits. And I slightly unbreak the tweaker bits again. They're still somewhat broken. But they're less broken now. Now I'm also going to cheat in the Fire Flower. Because why not? And there's my orb. I just broke the tweaker bits a bit. And you get an orb. Seems pretty good to me, honestly. And then you can release your orb and then you can do it again. Finish the level. Don't land on Yoshi again. It's one of the things you really don't want to do in that level. Yeah, it seems pretty good to me, honestly. What problems are there? Are there problems? Maybe I should be slightly less excited for a second and think about problems. So what are the problems? I think item swapping it down shouldn't be a problem because I think item swapping it down shouldn't be the problem because um why not? Hmm. Here, have a demonstration of why I'm not worried about it. Mm. Am I stupid? I think I'm good. This is you'll see the demonstration I'm doing in a second. Hmm. So you see this? This is how the level looks. This is where the op drops. Even if it dropped here, let's say, let's assume for a second it dropped 1 upwards. Let's like drop it here. Have a demonstration in a second. Okay. Let's assume it dropped here. And this still collects. Alright, so this is really a non-issue. Actually, I didn't realize that this still collects. I actually want to do the thing where you wall clip here and then you stand up. Right? Because somehow, even if none of that works anymore, even like, let's say it is like here, I moved it like 4 pixels up. Let's say you are incompetent and you forgot how to. I mean, getting a fish is a triviality. I mean, getting the fish is the triviality. You get it the same way that you always get fish, right? And of course, making the fish a power-up is not a triviality, but getting the fish itself, of course, is. I mean, I'm assuming you know that, but and you mean turning the fish into a power-up when you talk about a problem. But just so that we're on the same page, right? Getting the fish itself is a triviality. It's a horizontal fish, right? But okay, turning the fish into a power-up is, of course, I agree, not so trivial. But the point is, you take the fish into slot 5, you stun it, you spit it against the wall. You have Yoshi in here. You drop a power-up onto the Yoshi's head. It goes out. It becomes big. You use that to spit out the content of the lying guided platform's mouth. Oh fuck, the swallow timer needs to be non-zero. Oh, I maybe should have realized that. Right? Is that true? You need the swallow timer. Wait, how does Yoshifying work again? You need the swallow timer to be non-zero, right? How does spitting out how does spitting out the content how does spitting out a sprite out of Yoshi's mouth work? Help? How does that work? Yeah, but the thing is, no, wait, what does having an item in its mouth mean? It means having the swallow timer non-zero, right? Or does it mean something else? LDA 18AC. So this is really the swallow timer. Okay, that's good. You say when Yoshi grows, that's reset. Double check that fact. I don't like what I'm reading here. I don't like what I'm reading here. Hmm. That's a very unfortunate statement that I'm seeing here. Ah. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. That's unfortunate. Truly unfortunate. But okay, surely there's some other way of doing this then. Hmm. 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 Ah, no, 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 no. Yeah, I mean, I see your problem. I see the problem that you point out, but actually, the solution I had for that, um, was to get the brown platform and then reset the room. Then drop the platform. Then do all of the nonsense while the platform is already dropped. Then you just swap the op with the platform. What? I'm confused. Let's say you get your platform in the item box. You enter the pipe. Room restarts. You drop the platform. All of the stuff is there. And then you just play. Am I stupid? Does that not work? Are we still talking about the double ARP route? I think so. But then you still need two ARPs. What's the inherent problem with two ARPs? You Yoshify the same platform twice. That's like not an inherent problem, right? Yoshi even respawns. Because I mean, getting the fish is a triviality. Now you Yoshify the platform. Turning the fish into power up. Of course, to do this step, you need to double tongue the fish. And you have an orb in the item box. I guess one thing that might be a problem. No, no, no. I mean, of course, I mean, I agree with you that somehow there is a problem with setting up the glitch, right? Like, how do you even Yoshify? How do you even Yoshify? I mean, somehow that's a problem, right? Like, how do you Yoshify? Um, I mean, I agree with you that somehow Yoshifying anything isn't trivial. Do bounce sprite positions reset on room load? I would guess they don't. They do. They reset on room load. Hmm. Ah. How much of an actual problem is that, though? Answer, it's a huge problem. It's a huge problem, actually. Let's just double check something. Hmm. Let me just check which bit needs to be set. Second most valuable bit, yeah, so this bit 6. Okay, at least the bit is set. That's good. It isn't the correct spot. I like it when things are in the correct spot. Okay, so just to clarify, the shell block in the test ROM right now was at this spot, right? So you just hit this block and the bit is set. So now that's not the problem. The two actual problems are, of course, how do you hit this block in the first place? And then, of course, how do you make sure that this bounce sprite goes in bounce sprite slot 2 instead of bounce sprite slot 3? Now, of course, um, hmm. Now, of course, to make sure that this goes in bounce sprite slot 2, you might as well just, well, either you hit this with two things at the same time, or you make sure that something else hits this as you hit this. Right, so that are the options. Those are the options. I just want to point out that this is still Lunar Magic 3.01. So particular, the thing with the what is it? Invisible coin blocks outside the boundary of the level still exists. Because that was fixed in 3.04, as I just checked. Just want to point that out. Just check the changelog of Lunar Magic for a second. Now, of course, there are two questions. And all of them are moot. Because it looks like these blocks do not exist inside this level. Okay. So Magikey did not give me any opportunity to trigger that glitch. You just checked something you wanted to check ages ago and oh no. Oh no. You want to share what you checked, or is it a secret? Oh, a certain Poke in a certain state can do the piece which high enough to set bit 6. Yeah, okay. True. Um, this block here sets bit 6. These 4 don't, but this one does. Yeah. True statement. Yeah, that would add another stun. True. But I do want to point out that there's at least like no shortage of things you can use to trigger double tongue, right? By which I mean there's like no. Okay, I mean you have infinitely many piece switches. This is really just what I want to say, right? You have like a piece switch block here, and you can duplicate this one. Of course, you run out of sprite slots at some point. But then the other thing is there's this other method to stun sprites, right? Which Magikey really likes, I think. The one where you feed an item to a Yoshi. But there's a lack of shells in this. So maybe that's not actually so feasible here. Okay, so yeah. Hmm. So we run into quite a few problems still. Maybe I should think about how to set up a Resonor stun and fish justification at the same time again. Because it does probably result in a method that's less draining on resources. And I mean, I can tool abuse the hell out of this, right? Like that's it's a pitak. It's so somehow, yeah. Tight stun timer doesn't really matter. Like if the setup is hell to execute, who cares? It probably won't be worse than the Armageddon dress now. um. Okay, so what do you need to do in order to turn a fish into a power up? You need to get the fish in Yoshi's mouth. Have the fish be in slot 5 first of all. Get the fish in Yoshi's mouth. Spit out the fish such that it has a speed of 12. Which it will lose the moment it touches the actual ground. I guess that's not actually true though. Because I can take the fish. Oh, I can take the fish and I can spit it against this block and make it land on 1F0. But no, but then it hits this wall and then it loses its speed again. Right. So that's not an option. Ah. That's not an option. Oh! What you could do is you could have two Yoshis. Store sprite slot 5 on the invisible Yoshi's tongue. No, but that also doesn't work because in the process of the Yoshification, you kill the swallow timer. Right? And because in the process of the Yoshification, you spit out the platform's mouth, which changes the swallow timer. Namely, it clears the swallow timer. Because the idea was to say, because the thing is, in order to make this in order to make the tweaker bytes corrupt, and in order to change the in order to make sure that, and in order to profit from the horizontal speed of the fish and so on, you don't actually need the fish to be alive. You could just store it somewhere. Store it in some Yoshi's mouth. Change its properties while it's dead. And then revive it. Because that doesn't change the trigger bytes. Because it doesn't change the trigger bytes. And so you could maybe profit from that. That you just despawn the fish where it has 12 speed and a stun timer and a non-zero stun timer. How would you do that? How would you despawn the fish while it has 12 speed and a non-zero stun timer? Because in order to get it to 12 speed, you would want to spit it out. And spitting out clears the stun timer. And by spit out, I mean like the fast spit out. You want to do the fast spit out against the wall. And that clears the stun timer. That's not an option. So I guess you just triple stun the same fish. Triple stunning the same fish. I mean, the thing is PI also needs. Like, to do PI, you also need a null sprite, right? So that is another stun you need. And if you then want to do Poke Strat, then that's a fifth stun. Right? Triple stun to get Resno and Orb. Did I just say triple stun? Because it's quadruple stun to get Resno and Orb. Oh no. That's a lot of stun. That's a quadruple stun to get Resno and Orb. Single stun to stun Poke. And then single stun to get Null Sprite. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's bad. That's 6. That's 6 sprite slots lost to glitchiness. Oh, that's bad. Is that actually bad though? Is that so bad? I've been saying that's bad, but is that actually bad? Because at the end of the day, you have sprite slot 11 and 10 where you can put P-switches into. So you only lose 4 of the actual sprite slots. How bad is that really? Because you can get rid of a lot of stuff after you're done, right? Like you do the first stun, okay, sure, now you have the Pokey, but now you just kick the Pokey away. Who cares about the Pokey? The fish you eat in the process of doing all of this. The Yoshis, you only need one at the end. Of course, the brown platform is there all the time. Okay, brown platform takes away 1 slot. Okay, sure. But like, what do you really need? Somewhere you can deal with a lot of the sprites just not spawning anymore at some point. And so again, I mean, at the end, near the end, for example, you basically need nothing. You need an empty slot for the orb, and that will always find one. Sorry, not for the orb. You don't actually release the orb. This is a single orb route. I guess you need a slot for the Reznor, you need a slot for the Yoshi to kill, you have 6 blocked sprite slots, you have the brown platform. That's only 9. Leaves 3 empty ones. That's pretty good. Honestly, that's pretty good. That's good enough, right? I mean, you have 12 sprite slots, and you can and will want to use all of them. Because I mean, somehow you can use 11 and 10, and the sprite header allows all other 10s to be all other 10 to be used. So you use 11 and 10, and then 0 through 9 you just use for anything. But 11 and 10 you can just block because Peace will spawn from there. Or you can put the brown platform in 11 if you want to. You probably don't want to put the brown platform in 11, but you somehow can put something in 11. Somehow that seems fine, honestly. I mean, for example, for stunning the Pokey, you can just stun this this coin instead, right? Just stun the coin. Who cares? And if you're afraid of like losing too many resources at some point, I mean, just don't be afraid. Just quintuple grab springboards on Yoshi, right? And instead of using Peace Fortress for everything, just use springboards for everything, right? I mean, there's a solution for a lot of stuff. Except that I still need a way to actually Yoshify the platform. Although, I mean, somehow... Somehow that's also not like so super scary, right? Because... Actually, wait a second. If all sprite slots are full... If all sprite slots are full... I should know this, but I have to test it. I should know this. Can I... Okay, I lost the ability to duplicate blocks, clearly. Wow. This is going to take ages if I play this badly. No. Yeah, it's the one in 11 that gets overwritten. But if it's the one in 11 that gets overwritten, that's even better, right? Because that means I only need to block 2 sprite slots. You see this? Because I see it. Right? So somehow you might get scared that you need to stun a lot, but what are you actually scared of? Power-up transitions? Sprite slots you use... I mean, sprite slots you lose because every time you do this, you lose a sprite slot permanently? Okay, sure, just spawn a new Peace Switch. It will overwrite the one in 11 by default. Seems pretty good to me. Power-ups? Just to like flower feather for most of the stuff. I mean, you can do flower feather item. You can do flower feather setup for basically all of the stuff, right? Of course, what you end up with as a problem is how do you actually Yoshify? No. I mean, it's very good that you think about these problems. I mean, of course, you kind of said that, but I mean, I agree with that problem, right? It's still a problem you need to solve. About it's it's good because somehow this is a logistical problem you actually have to think about, right? I mean, even if it becomes a non-issue at the end, still means you have to think about it. Right, so you do flower feather setups for most of the stuff. You use P-switches in 11 and 10 in order to get your permanent sprites for the null sprites and stun setups. You can even just have the P-switch. You can even just have the fish be in slot 5. Actually, here's a crazy stupid idea. Just get the fish. Turn it into a power-up. Corrupted Streaker Bites. I don't care. And then just use it to spawn a Reznor. Because the process of spawning a Reznor, let's face it, does a lot of cruel stuff to the fish. But it doesn't actually change its Streaker Bites, right? Because that's so cruel. That not even spawning a Reznor does that. So you can just use your shitty fish. That's a power-up. And just use it later. Now you might ask, what's the point? Probably none. Yeah, probably not. Just probably don't do it. It's a funny idea. You're probably better to not do it. But the kernel of truth that I probably still want to do inside that is that I probably still want to get the orb into my item box as late as possible. Because the moment I get the orb into my item box, I lose the ability to do flower feather item swap, to do flower feather double tongue. Right? So what I probably want to do is I want to corrupt the fish early. Now I have a fish flopping around, but sure, that's fine. Now I spawn the Reznor. Now I stun another fish. I set its stun timer to something very high. And then I spit it onto the 1F0. I swap into the flower, null spriting and getting a null sprite in the process. Is that good? No, that's bad. That's bad. Doesn't work. Ah, it doesn't work. I see. I mean, of course you can do that, right? Like, you can just swap into the flower and null sprite in the process, but now you have a null sprite in Yoshi's mouth that you want to use to do PI. And now what? Right, now you have a null sprite in your mouth to do PI, now you do PI, and now you can't eat the fish anymore, because eating the fish and getting the correct power-up requires you to have a fire flower. And by power-up I mean orb, right? The orb is now a power-up, but it's in your item box, so it's fine. Ah, okay, so that's a problem. I see, so that's a problem. Okay, so you corrupt the fish. So I guess that what you do is you corrupt the fish, you get 2 Yoshis, you put 1 item in the adult Yoshi's mouth, you drop it, you get the invisible Yoshi, it has a null sprite in its mouth. You still have your orb in the item box. You do PI. And then you somehow kill the Resnor. How do you kill the Resnor? Brown platforms aren't permanent, so you can just like somehow spawn the brown platform like around here. Do PI with it over here. Ah, wait. PI works by killing the return address of an RTL. Which depends on Yoshi's X position. But it depends on Yoshi's X position, so actually you have lots of positioning options. Should be fine. Because you can split left or right, and you can do all kinds of stuff, right? PI isn't that precise, right? You just kind of stand in the correct spot and spit out an null sprite. I should maybe look up how PI actually works. Otherwise I will crash my game like a million times in the process. Is it time to look up how PI works? This is an old video by Dots Are Cool, I think, where he explains it. Ah. 10 years ago. It's called Super Mario World Credit Swap Explained, but I think it also explains PI, right? Does it? No. Ah, there's a separate video for PI. Ah. Ah, it's only 8 minutes long. How much detail can it go? Oh, it explains double tonguing. And the null sprite. I don't care about the null sprite. Okay, so where do we go? Okay, so apparently we jump to 01EED7. Apparently that's what we want to do. Ah, it's very good that I looked this up. Ah, it's very good that I looked this up. Because you don't actually run an ink 19, you run an ink 15, x. Ah, aha. Ah, so it's very important what X is. You run an ink 15, x. You don't actually run an ink 19. Wait, can I find this in the disassembly? What you actually do? I should probably look up the disassembly myself. So you want to corrupt the return address to go here. Here. This 20. There you want to go. And then opcode 20 is JSR. So you JSR to PLAS, or you JSR to STAPLA, which ends up being... What does that end up even resolving to? I guess I should just open the disassembly, this thing, SHEX. So we go to 01 EED7. Hello, please, 01 EED7. So we go here. We run 20689D. Oh. Which becomes JSR 9068. So we go to 019068. And we run that. So we run ink 15, x. By the way, that's ink. Ah, this changes the end flag. That's actually a bit scary. Also, what are you? I mean, the end flag will always be set to 0, so that's not the problem. Question is more, what's X? I mean, X is still what it was here. What's X here? Yoshi's graphics routine. Oh. Okay, so it's the slot of Yoshi. So Yoshi needs to be in slot 4. Okay, so let's check. Oh no, I had the duplication here. Okay. So I... Okay. Okay, so this will actually respawn the Yoshi. So just get the Yoshi in slot 4. Let's just get the Yoshi in slot 4. Hello? Yoshi? Where did I set this? Where's the spawn point of the Yoshi? Here. Okay, hello. And now I should probably try to figure out what my position is in. In hex? So what's the current position of a sprite? Sprite horizontal position. What's the table? Where's the table? E4. Okay, so it's E4, it's E8. And I should edit it to see it in hex. And I want the Yoshi to be at position C7. No, where do I want to put it? Where do I want it to be? I want to spit out in such a way that I corrupt to D7, so I want to be at C7 and facing right. That's C9. Ah, and that crashes. Ah! Ah! It truly isn't that bad. It truly isn't that bad. Just want to make sure that this is also fine if the sprite sort order is the other way around. Okay, it also works with the other sprite sort order. You just need to make sure that you have to use Yoshi's next frame position, not Yoshi's current frame position. when lining this up. Because the brown platform moves Mario around before the PI happens. I think that's what's going on. Maybe I'm just stupid, but I think that's what's going on. Or maybe it's just the fact that Yoshi is lagging behind. Yeah, right. It's because Yoshi is lagging behind Mario's position by 1 frame. Ah, and right now Yoshi is being processed before the platform is. Ah, okay. So but somehow PI always works in the sense. You just need to, independently of which slot the brown platform is, you just need to make sure that the Yoshi is in slot 4. Because what you're doing is you're doing an inc 15, x, where x is the slot of Yoshi. So what you're doing, okay, you're doing an inc 15, x, where x is the slot of Yoshi. And so as a result, you need the Yoshi to be in 4, or otherwise you corrupt something completely different. I mean, I guess you can corrupt like the controller registers or something. I mean, not the actual registers, just the controller mirrors. Which would be hilarious. Which would honestly be hilarious, like just... Oh wait, that would be one of the few ways that you can press a button... That's one of the few ways you can press a button for the first time 2 times in a row. Because you can just directly corrupt... 15. Oh, you can press left, right! And you can press the virtual extra buttons. Right, you can actually press left, right this way. This is hilarious because right is actually the least significant bit of 15. So by inking, you can just actually by just increasing that, you can actually like just press left, right at the same time. You just press left and do just do PI at the same time. You can also corrupt the layer 1 exposition. Wait, how bad is that actually though? Wait. Is that actually useful? Ah, no, it gets reset. Ah, sad. But the high byte, maybe you want to corrupt the high byte. Wow, wasn't that exciting? You see how exciting that is? Okay, maybe that's not so exciting. I guess the only actual interesting thing here is 19. This is very sad. This is so sad. Like, you're so early in RAM, you can just... You can just, like, increase any of the addresses between 15 and... What is it? What's 15 plus 9? 1e. You can increase like any address between 15 and 1e. Arbitrarily, you can just increase it by 1. And what does it gain you? Exactly one useful effect. That's so sad. In other news, 01 EED7, of course, very exciting, right? You can JSR to STAPLA. But you can also, well, I mean, I guess the point is you need to somehow. Now, if we had a Yoshi in slot EB. Yes, 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 I see what you're thinking. Truly exciting stuff. Yoshi in EB, that would be great. Yeah, okay, I guess this is really just the only interesting thing, because you somehow... Because you will always return to somewhere in here. I mean, this is the JSR, right? This is the JSR whose return you're corrupting. And so you want to corrupt it in such a way that you return misaligned. And you can return to anywhere between here and here. Here. This 05 is the first thing you can return to. And I guess the point is just that none of them are interesting. It's not entirely clear to me that this claim is true. But perhaps it is. Maybe it's better to look at it than here. What happens if I just disassemble it like this? I guess it probably will realign quite early. I mean, assembling from here looks pretty boring. Oh! 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 You see what this is? Truly exciting! Truly exciting! The problem is, of course, that this runs into a BRK. But exciting, exciting. Yeah, there's a BRK here. The BRK here is the scary one, right? Because you could just jump into this. Right? You can corrupt the return in such a way that it starts at any point during this. So in particular, you could corrupt it here. You could just start here, but then you still run into the BRK if you execute it like this. It's just too many zeros here. Zeros are just bad for business. And I guess opcode FF is a long SPC? Is that what's going on? I mean, all of these FFs must, I guess they correspond to these SPCs here? Yeah, okay, so this FF. Ah, this is FF, FF00, and this is FF00, yeah, okay, this is this. What does this ink look like? Where's the F7? Where's the F7? Where's the F7? Here. Ah, F6. It's opcode F6. That's so interesting. I see. What am I even looking at? Ah, X offsets for Yoshi's head. Low byte. This is the table that I'm currently looking at. Very interesting. What happens if I set ensemble from like here? I mean, of course it starts with BRK, but maybe it does some other stuff. Ah, corrupts the stack. ASL0C, that's boring. Ah, and then it runs through the BRK. Eh. Probably people have like dissected this routine. I find it wild that anyone ever found PI in some sense. I mean, like, and I mean, the thing that I find actually wild is not that anyone ever found PI, but rather that, like, actually no, I find it wild. How did anyone ever find this? Because this is like super old school, this glitch, right? Like this wasn't found yesterday or anything. This was like well known when I started. How did people find this? I mean, why did people find this so early, I guess is the actual question. I mean, nowadays people are looking at way crazier stuff, but like, why did people find this so early? Because somehow what you're doing is like you're corrupting a return address such that you execute misaligned code, and it's not even the misaligned code itself that's so interesting, it's just that a JSR somewhere else which is misaligned, which is then interesting. It's like wild to me. Someone accidentally getting an null and spitting it all at the right X position with the correct slot during the casual vanilla playthrough. Yeah, I mean, exactly. This is not what happens, right? Like, that's somehow that's just not what happened. So somehow somebody must have really like actually read the code for this, and somebody must have. I mean, first of all, somebody must have noted that that spitting out a null sprite corrupts the stack. And then they were like, yeah, okay, very sad. But then somebody must have noticed that actually this does matter if and only if you are currently sitting on Yoshi while standing on a brown rotating platform. And then either somebody found this by chance, but probably not, and probably somebody actually went through all of these 256 possibilities and was like, yeah, that's a cool JSR. As a... How do you... I mean, guess maybe just... Somebody sat there with like a... good emulator and just set a breakpoint at like... the stack? At the one stack address they know how to modify? But like... somewhat wild. Which opcodes are good? 22, 20, FC. Can you do anything else with this? Here's another JSR. Goes to EF18. Is that interesting? Ah, it's aligned. Oh, that's an actual intended JSR. Wait a second. This is an aligned JSR. This one's actually meant to be executed. But arguably that makes it very interesting. What actually happens? Hmm. Did I jump to the wrong space? The wrong spot? Uh. What am I doing? Oh. Ah, that's why nothing interesting happens. Also, oh. What? Huh. Invisible Yoshi free way to enter the state. Huh. Very exciting, I know. Wait. What? Wait. Why does Yoshi have slot 0 in his mouth? Slot 0 is currently on Yoshi's tongue. I just replaced Yoshi with a green Koopa. Wait, I like this glitch now. And of course, this is the intended, like, this is the usual effect, right? But I have the feeling that this is probably a bad effect. But it is kind of funny to look at. Wait, did I just turn Yoshi around? Yes, I just turned Yoshi around. Truly exciting. Most of the effects are kind of garbage. I love that the emulator just somehow sometimes decides to go higher pitch. I have the feeling that this core is not like safe stating completely well. Ah, and I just killed my emulator. That's beautiful. That was bound to happen. But about the thing about the higher pitch effect, I noticed that myself at some point. That somehow this emulator is not so well equipped to deal with the WAI opcode. Somehow it doesn't really like the WAI opcode for some reason. Especially when it happens multiple times. Especially if it happens like several times in quick succession. It kind of doesn't seem to like it. Especially because I don't, and that confused me, because I don't actually know what even triggers WAI on an actual. I mean, what even are the interrupts that qualify for that opcode on a SNES? Like, it needs to be some external hardware doing an interrupt, right? A hardware interrupt. All of these seem pretty boring. I want my funny effect back where I turned Yoshi into a green Koopa. Did I just switch into mode 5 or something there? Aren't there just NMI and IRQ? Yeah, and NMI happens once a frame and IRQ also happens once a frame, right? IRQ happens on this scan line and NMI happens on this scan line. Because NMI happens when V blank. And IRQ happens here. That's 2 interrupts. So I guess the point is, yeah, I mean, I was testing everything inside like SNW. So I guess the point is that the emulator. What's the problem then? So basically, the scenario that I had was that I had a custom block in which I put 5 WAIs just to test how the game behaves under those circumstances. And of course, the game doesn't crash or anything from that. I'm just a bit confused because somehow that should mean. Actually, I killed the status by IRQ. So somehow that should mean that every time that custom block gets run, the game just essentially shuts down for 5 NMI cycles, so for 5 frames. But that wasn't what was happening. Somehow the emulator tried to stabilize the frame rate instead, which is very confusing to me. But if I have a bunch of WAIs in a row, which of course is like, you never should do that, but it's valid code. You should just freeze the game for like 5 frames in that, right? Like if you just put a bunch of them in a row. Just should freeze the game until all of them are done, right? Because there's only one NMI. And the NMI routine basically returns immediately. I don't understand it. Ah. Sometimes you get the funky crashes. Did you test it on other emulators? Oh, here. Huh. Interesting. No, I didn't test it on other emulators. I mean, this is a BSNES core, right? So I guess the question is just what happens on SNES 9X in some sense. So what do I spit out here? Actually, there are several frames where this happens. Huh. So what's going on here? Okay, I guess it goes to 701 EE78. So I think we are going here. What's STA? What's 76? Player direction. Okay. STA 76, EOR1, STA 157CX. So this just turns Mario and Yoshi around. And then we have LDA 159. I'm very confused. Why does it dismount Yoshi? We return here. Ah, no, we don't. No, we do return here. We return here. What does this dismount Yoshi? I'm very confused. This is code we already executed. What do you mean that doesn't seem like a safe place to return to? Why wouldn't this be safe? Oh. Oh. Huh, you're right. Yeah, we don't run the PHA. You are right. I mean, maybe the maybe there was a PLA before the PHA. Technically legal. Yeah, no, that's not what you're right. Uh, but the game doesn't crash. You saw how the game didn't crash. That's actually very interesting. We return to somewhere in between a PHA and a PLA, and we don't crash. And the PLA is actually quite late. In fact, this is the PLA. We have seen this PLA before. This is the PLA that gets treated as an address during PI. Very interesting. Very interesting. That's very interesting. Why doesn't this crash? I guess the correct thing to do would now be to trace log. And you know, sometimes you should just do the correct thing. Time to trace log. There's our trace log. So at some point we jump to 0, 1, EE. 7, 6, 7, 8. 8, 1, E, 7, 8. I'm confused. Uh, 7A? What? Uh, okay, so where do we actually JSR? JSR at 0 EEDC. What is going on here? Okay, here. I'm a bit confused. 0, 1, F0, 8, 2. Oh wait, maybe I should just check when the stack pointer is large. Uh, mm, that's bad. Here. Okay, so this is the point where the actual... Wait, what's going on? I am very confused. What's going on? Why is this executed several times? What is wrong with this trace log? I have a feeling this trace log is confusing. What's going on with the trace log? Why is this address Why is it executed several times? Wait, is this... I have a feeling something is wrong with this trace log. Well... Anyway, let's just read this instance of it. Right, so we have an STA 00E4Y, and the accumulator is currently 76. And we are in 8-bit mode. So we corrupt 01E3 to be 76. And so the next time we see an RTS, here... Oh, the next time we see an RTS, we jump to 01EE77? Wait, how does RTS work? How does... Oh, I guess the actual question is how does JSR work? The address pushed is one less than the address of the next instruction. Ah! The address pushed is one less than the address of the next instruction. Why is this... Who made up this processor? Ah! So we store 76, which means that the next address that gets executed is 77. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay, sure, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough, I accept it. So we go here instead, and then we ROR 49x. Surely nothing bad can happen if I ROR 4C. What's even 4C? Is that even an address that's important? Ah, something completely irrelevant. Column row of map16 tiles to use for VRAM upload. It's like a complete fake address. Okay, so we ROR some fake address, and then we ORA 9D, X. It's surely also some fake address, right? What is that even? 013F. Yeah, okay, sure. We or the accumulator with some open bus address. Okay, sure. That's some fake stuff. But then we JMP relative. That's such a good opcode. I love this one. One of my favorite opcodes of all time. Oh god! What's going on? Oh! Wait! This just dismounts the Yoshi and then keeps running. This is horrendous. This is so bad. This opcode. Oh wow. This opcode is like genuinely completely terrible. And it doesn't crash. How did we get 35? Well, the accumulator was 0. And then we OR 8. With 9D, X. And 9D, X? I mean, 9D is basically 9E, right? So 9D, X will be the slot. Will be, and 9E is what the sprite ID is. X is the slot of the Yoshi. So 9D is 90, X is the sprite in the slot 1 below Yoshi, and the sprite slot of and the sprite that's Yoshi itself, which is 35. So the 35 is literally just the sprite ID of Yoshi. And 5F is the sprite ID of the brown platform. Because we're ORAing 9DX. And so this is the address that gets read. And then we ORA. Well, then we ORA the accumulator, which is currently 0, with whatever is at address 01355F. But 01355F is open bus. So it's just the 35. And so we end up with this 35. This is so stupid. How the fuck did we get 35? We got 35 because it is Yoshi. In fact, this will always do the same thing. This is hilarious. You can't say I follow. Yeah, okay. I mean, we have an ORA. The ORA is an ORA 9D, X. 9D is 1 before 9E. And X is the slot of Yoshi. So 9D, X will be the slot of Yoshi. Will be, sorry, 9E. 9D is very close to 9E, and X is the slot of Yoshi. So 9E, X is 35, and 9D, X is the slot is the sprite ID of the sprite that's in the slot 1 below the sprite slot of Yoshi. So this 35 is literally just Yoshi. Because it is 9E, X. And then we ORA with whatever is at that address, at this address, at 01355F. But that's open bus. So it resolves to this 35. And so the accumulator turns from 0, 0 to 35. So this 35 is not just coincidentally the same as Yoshi, it is literally the idea of Yoshi. Because this will always be, because the explanation I just gave is independent of what X is. This is always true. This will always be Yoshi. And this will always be open bus, independently of what this garbage is. And so this will always resolve to 35, independently of what this garbage is, because this is the last thing on data bus. Now, on the other hand, this JMP AD15, X suddenly very much depends on what X is. And so what we're doing here is, yeah, this is pretty close to arbitrary code execution already. Because what we're doing is we're having a JMP whose destination depends on the slot of the Yoshi that we're executing a glitch with. And so we apparently run into an address and into a routine that kills the miscellaneous RAM of whatever sprite is in slot. This is so stupid. So this is where we jump to. Precisely, we jump into this. The low byte of this is the opcode. And because of that, this LDA13 doesn't get executed, and instead we execute just this STA9E, X. Oh, wow. So we just reinitialize the sprite tables of our Yoshi, and so we dismount it. Yeah, that's absurd. Now here is one of my favorite, or rather one of my not favorite ASM coding things. Here we have a JSL. Here we have an RTL. Is that RTL? No, it's that RTL. Here we have a JSL F7D2. And then at wait, where is it? At F7. I'm very confused. At F72 we have a JSL. When do we ever go? Oh, here. Ah, here. And then we have another JSL. And then this JSL just JSLs somewhere, which ends in RTL, and then we RTL immediately. But you know, this could have been a JML. Ah. Save the cycles. Save the bytes. Anyway. Yeah. What a beautiful effect. Well, we just reinitialize the sprite tables of the Yoshi. But when did I turn it into a... Oh, hello. Now, what are you? Truly exciting. Let's do another one. Okay, so here we corrupt the return address. It becomes 14, so we should jump to 01EE15. Now 01EE15 is of course misaligned. Hello? Hello? Okay. Oh. Oh. I was like, how do we align this code? The answer is we don't align this code. Ah, right. We jump here. Surely nothing can go wrong if you jump here. So nothing can go wrong if you jump here, right? So you execute ASLA, ASL0A, ASLA, ASLA, and then you BPL a bit ahead. By the way, this ASL was very important, right? The accumulator was 0. Yeah, I mean, you see ASL, 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 BPL. So we branch A bytes ahead, strategically skipping these 2 zeros. And now, Inc F0, Inc F6, and then we go ahead and we BRK. Oh yeah. And for some reason, this BRK doesn't crash. Wait, why doesn't this BRK crash? Do we know this routine? Do you know this routine? Because I want to point out something here. If this routine doesn't crash, which it doesn't seem like it is. What the actual fuck? How is this not crashing? How is this not crashing? We somehow what? Wait, bank EE. Are there no hardware mirrors in wait, are there no hardware registers in bank EE? Wait, how is low ROM mapped? I guess I now actually need to look up the mapping diagram of low ROM again. Bank. Oh. It is just open bus. If the ROM was bigger, if it was high ROM, then this would be ROM. But we're in low ROM. And so this is really just open bus. And all of it is open bus. In particular, the fact that we're going to that we're going to 4.2 or something here, doesn't mean we're executing controller registers at some point. By the way, I do want to point out that the hardware registers keep changing and the accumulator keeps changing. What the hell is being executed here? Wait, is this the actual thing that's being executed? Wait a second, the trace log is correct. Wait, why is the trace log correct? Wait, why is the trace log correct? Wait a second, what? The trace log is correct. What? This is a correct open bus trace log. You see this? This is a correct open bus trace log. No, wait. This is a correct trace log for open bus. Do you know what this means? This means that BizHawk2 has a regression. And the regression is that it can no longer trace open bus trace log open bus correctly. What? Because this is BizHawk1 still, right? Because this stream is running on a 10-year-old emulator. But no, BizHawk2 apparently has a regression where it can no longer trace log open bus correctly. I do want to point out that BizHawk is probably like the single most software, like the software with the single most regressions that I have ever used. Like, there's a reason why I'm still using a 10-year-old version of this emulator for streaming purposes. I have. Oh, wait a second. What? Maybe the trace log isn't correct. I'm very confused. It just ends here. Wait, why does it just end here? But you see, this is at least like a consistent open bus trace log. But it just ends here. Wait, why does it just end here? Did I forget trace log one more? Should I have trace log one more frame? Oh. Shit. Ahem. You see, I didn't press frame advance enough times. My bad. Maybe should have pressed frame advance a few more times. Oh, right. Now here, of course, is a thing that's not a regression. Here's the thing that's not a regression. So here's the thing, why is the trace log so bad? Here's an answer why the trace log is so bad. Every time I press frame advance, it takes the entire trace log that it has so far traced and puts it at the end of this file. Which means that it appends the trace log, that it first writes the trace log for one frame, then it writes the trace log for that same frame and then the next frame, then it writes the trace log for the first 3 frames, then it writes the trace log for the first 4 frames, and it all appends them into the same file. Who thought that was the correct way this would work? I'm not kidding, right? I think. I think I'm not kidding. I think this is actually what's going on. Something is wrong about this trace log. It's just wrong with this trace log. Anyway, let's just go back to the ADCs. So this is where we stopped. Wait, this is not where we stopped. Something is... Oh, this is where we stopped. So here. This is where we stopped. ASL, 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 BPL, XPA, SEC, SBC, blah 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 blah, ADC. So we do a magical open bus ride. Wait. And then... Oh, and then NMI kicks in. Oh, NMI kicks in, the RTI goes in, and and the cycle repeats itself. Oh no! Oh no! NMI wasn't NMI was an opportunity to get out of this open bus mess, but no! We just go straight in again. And now... we go to EE8002, which wait, what? And suddenly we get into very hairy territory because suddenly it becomes important how ROM is mapped. Because the ROM that I'm using is a 1 megabyte ROM. And because it is a 1 megabyte ROM, this EE, I guess it resolves to the same thing as 8E. Is this plausible that this resolves to the same thing as 8E? Wait, there is no, there is a bank 8. Where should we go? 8E 800. Wait, is there? I'm saying 8E, but of course I should be in the disassembly. I should be looking for 0E 80. Yeah, bank 8E is just bank 8E. I'm of course. Oh. Wait, this is actual code, right? No. I think this is actual code. I think it is just not disassembled here. I am. Oh! Oops. My bad. This is actual code. In SPC 700 ASM. Right. Okay, maybe it is a mistake that we're executing this. So let's just say we BRK again. And this time our open bus write goes through exclusive ORing with 58. By the way, has X never changed through all of this? How has X never changed through all of this? Why is X still 3? This is impressive. All of this nonsense and X is still 3. Okay, so exciting open bus. Wait, why is this open bus? Wait, this is not open bus. This is mapped. This is mapped. This is not open bus. This is ROM. It is just ROM. I swear this doesn't crash. Wait. I think I can't trust the vanilla disassembly at this point anymore. I think some program filled bank F with a bunch of 55s here. We get the next NMI. After all of these 55s are... now we're in open bus again. How the fuck does this not crash? How the fuck is the end result of all of this nonsense just that my Yoshi gets replaced with a platform? Look, 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 look. It doesn't crash. You see this? This is the end. This is what I trace locked here. I want to point this out, right? This is what I trace locked. I spit out this null sprite, and my Yoshi turns into a platform. And that's it. This is literally everything that happens. You see this lag frame? You see the second lag frame? You see the explanation for this lag frame here. Oh fuck, I was still trace logging. Oh, please don't reload the trace log. And please stop trace logging. Thank you. I'm just telling telling Notepad++ not to reload, please. So, wait, how do we get to all of these EORs again? By the way, this is not open bus, right? This is mapped. Fuck. Alright, this is where we were. So now we are in bank 42, executing a bunch of WDMs. And now we return to 428000, which is of course just the beginning of bank 2. And of course the beginning of bank 2, let's look together at the beginning of bank 2. It's also not meant to execute code. This is the beginning of bank 2. This is where we just went. But then, after only mild problems, we execute this. Which is the in the middle of the item box drop routine, apparently. And so we LDA 08 SDA 14 C8. You know what X is? Right, it's still the slot of the Yoshi. So here's the thing. It appears to me that the stack is probably not okay in the strict sense of the word okay. No, it might actually be okay in the strict sense of the word okay. That's crazy. Okay, so we JSL here. How? No, this is actually very confusing. How does this... How is this okay? Because at some point we are going to RTL to some horrible nonsense again. Do you see where we're RTSing to again? Right, we're RTSing in the middle, into the middle of the Yoshi spitting routine. Into the, yeah, Yoshi spitting routine, which is where we initially started. And then we have the superfluous PLA. And after this PLA is done, the stack is aligned again. I think we have realigned the stack. We just randomly jumped into the middle of a bunch of code which just has a bunch of PLAs. What the actual fuck? We just randomly jumped into some code that has a bunch of PLAs, and magically, they undo all of the stack fuckery. This is like insane. This is like this is the most. What code is this even? How what? Yoshi graphics routine, OAM portion. You see how many PHAs there are? Right, I see them. And we just jumped into somewhere here. And then, now that all of the PHAs are gone, we just execute a bunch of PLAs. PLA, 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 PLA. RTS? I have no idea why the RTS goes somewhere sensible, but it goes somewhere sensible. Where's the RTS? EFDA. And it returns to EE8D. This is a complete absurdity. How the fuck does this work? The CPU just went through a bunch of banks, several BRKs, multiple sections of open bus, and just randomly stumbles into a horde of PLAs that just magically unfuck everything. And in the middle of the open bus sections, NMI occurred. And the open bus just realigned itself again. Like, just look at this. I mean, the CPU just sits there and just executes WDMs for like 50 scan lines, 60 scan lines, 70 scan lines, 80 scan lines. It just like sits here, like it just sits here and just executes WDMs for like 100 scan lines until it randomly stumbles into the beginning of bank 2. The beginning of bank 2 just casually spawns a new sprite, replacing the Yoshi with a brown platform in the through all of, through after all of this. And you know, here's an important fact about this glitch. This entire setup doesn't work anymore if you expand your ROM to 4 megabytes. Like literally just changing the ROM. Like literally just taking the exact same ROM and just expanding it to 4 megabytes would break the setup. Actually, extending to 2 megabytes is enough. This only works on 1 megabyte ROMs. Okay, this is probably one of the craziest trace logs I've ever went through. No, actually, it probably is the craziest one. This is like... This is an amount of coincidence that shouldn't be possible. I mean, also the fact that I guess Lunar Magic filled the entirety of Bank F with 55 bytes. It executes SPC 700 ASM. And survives. Let's go through Bank F. Bank F normally ends like this. You see this? It's FF. It's mostly empty, I think. It ends in empty stuff, and it starts by being... I think that I missed a comment here. I think this is graphics data. God, this is so much. Oh, no, this is Bank E already. Here's Bank F. Doesn't even tell you where it is anymore. A lot of it is unused. Right, so we have like... I mean, it ends in unused stuff, and this is... Yeah, so yeah, it ends in FFs, and... This might be graphics data, I have no idea, but like this is... Wait. Does it execute the Lunar Magic version string? F040. Ah, no, it doesn't. It stops short of the Lunar Magic. It would have been so funny had it just executed the actual, like, This. We almost went there. Apparently it found something here. This is so absurd. This is the it would have been so funny had it just executed the fucking Magic version string at some point. But no. We don't get quite that far. Wait a second. It's worse than that. It's so much worse than that. You see where the stack pointer is? I think the return address is uninitialized RAM. I think the setup literally only works on this emulator version. It just happens. Yeah, yeah. This trace log, this trace log tells a story about the initialization pattern of the RAM. Does it not random? No, it does not randomize RAM. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I'm pretty sure it's a consistent, very weird setup, but I think it doesn't randomize. It really shouldn't. Actually, it shouldn't, because this is a testing emulator. It should try to be consistent, and there's no need to randomize. On the other hand, this is BizHawk 1. So BizHawk 1 still came with 2 different versions of BSNES. It also came with BSNES Performance. And I know for a fact. Actually, do I know for a fact? Maybe I don't know this for a fact. I know. I think I know this. I think it is just true that these two emulators have different initialization patterns. I think BSNES compatibility initializes differently than BSNES performance. I think I ran into this when Spulk played Cruella 2. That he was just able to do something that I wasn't able to. Because his RAM was set up differently. And it was like, it was the age-old question of, does Yoshi get wings when he has an Allsprout in his mouth? The answer depends on 019D. But yeah, this is this RTL's this is uninitialized RAM. The fact that we go to bank EE here just is a product of how the RAM is initialized, I think. Because I think at no point was 01DD ever modified. Oh no, actually, wait, no! Maybe? Not so clear to me. Actually, it's not so clear to me. Probably it is uninitialized. I think it is uninitialized RAM, but it's not entirely clear. Anyway, this is the craziest tracelog I've ever looked at. So much stuff happens here. And the thing is, I mean, the end result of all of this stuff is literally this, right? Fuck, I crashed the emulator. I should have maybe paused the emulator before I tried to input a frame perfect bit. Trying to recreate. It's fine, I have a save state. Made a save state. It's fine, it's not lost. Oops. Right, so you see this? The game lags for 2 frames. I mean, now we know why it lags for 2 frames. Wait, what? Is the platform invisible? Oh yeah, the platform is invisible. So the funniest part of all of this is if you didn't have the Lua script open, you would just think your Yoshi disappears. Even though what's happening is secretly far crazier. And you know, the funniest thing about all of this is the game still thinks I'm sitting on Yoshi. So it tries to spawn this Yoshi and just despawns it the next frame. Because I never dismounted. Oh, and I crashed my emulator again. No, I didn't. I just crashed the game. Okay, that's better. So you see this? I get my Yoshi back after all of this nonsense. Okay. Yeah. This was a fun adventure. But actually I now know how to do PI. And in particular I know that it's actually not very precise. I mean it's pixel perfect and so on, but somehow it's just pixel perfect. There's like nothing else to it. So in particular, I might be prepared next time to actually play the game. Instead of just reading trace logs and so on. Actually, there's one more thing I want to try out. In this stream, gameplay. It's crazy, I know. I swear it won't happen again. come here for the message box reading content. By the way, I want to make a... Oh fuck, I can't really make a backup of that state because I now changed the ROM. Actually, let's check if it still works. Nope, I changed the ROM and now it doesn't work anymore. Too bad! You change your ROM, you break your setups. Should have kept the backup of this ROM. Oh well. Unless this Yoshi actually do a good jump. Wow, this Yoshi sure hates jumping. Ah, there you go. There's a good jump. Okay, 673. Hmm. Wait, what? Oh, it doesn't mount. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Why doesn't this mount? Just want to mount this Yoshi. Come on, let me mount the Yoshi. There we go. Mount the Yoshi. Oh, fuck. Right. I might want to do an actual corner clip here. Okay, actual corner clip time. In case you didn't realize, in case you are wondering what I'm doing here, I'm trying to see if I can dismount the Yoshi through this corner without going insane. I mean, actually it's fine if I go insane. I might already be. Oh, that's good. That's actually the subpixel alliance. You see? Hmm. 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 How much? How many pixels am I missing? I guess that's somehow the question I should be asking myself. Let's say it was 1 pixel further to the left. That's not good enough. 2 pixels further to the left. Not good enough. 3 pixels further to the left. Not good enough. 4 pixels to the left? 4 pixels to the left. 1975. Can I somehow achieve that? The problem is that you tend to get stuck internally inside the block, which is a bit annoying. Yeah, but this is not happening. It's just not happening. And if I had like P-switches or... Getting knocked off Yoshi were... It's a good question. How would I test this? How do you get knocked off Yoshi? Using cheats. Like I have to edit the ROM for that. I think I can't do that using just ramp changes. Or at least I mean you can, but I don't know how to. I don't have a Koopa. I don't have anything. That's the problem. That's fine. It's just setting up a corner clip. Corner clip set up. Just need to... Oh, there you go. Oh. Excellent. Just works. Yeah, that's actually pretty nice. That makes it pretty easy because I mean what I just built here is this part of the level here, right? Oh fuck, there's a... Hello coin. Ah wait, that's not a problem. No, the coin is not a problem. So you see, this is a P-switch block. You just duplicate it to the side and then you press a P-switch. Seems fine to me. And then you don't have something there anymore. Or rather what you should... Can you? Why wouldn't you be able to duplicate this block to the side? Like imagine you're in this situation, right? Which is the situation you will be in. But you will also be in this situation, by the way. And this situation. Right? Imagine you're in this situation. Let's get rid of this guy for a second. Clip down here. So step 1, clip down here. Step 2, duplicate this guy upwards once. Step 3, do it again. Now you have 2 blue P-switches. Press one of them. Go down, duplicate this guy to the side. Be happy. Does it work? Maybe you won't be happy at the end. You might have to activate this block in the process. But somehow that's fine. I claim. There's a point at which you don't need to generate even more P-switches here, right? At some point you can just press this, activate this block. So I mean, if you are willing to activate this block, it's fine, right? I think it should be fine. It's probably even fine if you aren't willing to activate this. For example, if you have an invisible Yoshi, you can duplicate this to the side and just go out again. Maybe you can even do something else if you're really desperate. Actually, wait. Let me... I might have an option for the really desperate. Yeah, I'll just check something for the really desperate. Oh, attempts will go horribly. I already know this. Wait. I didn't actually build the setup correctly. I made it worse. Uh, shit, this guy cannot activate blocks. Wait. How do you fix this again? I'm a bit confused. Shouldn't this be able to activate the block sometimes at least? Maybe that's just not true. Yeah, maybe I'm just wrong. Ah, you can activate the block this way, but you can't duplicate it? Uh, you know, the worst part about the Biohack last level flashbacks is that I actually forgot what was the distinguishing variable. Because I had, like, I remember, yeah, I remember having a working setup, but then having an exact same setup that didn't work. And it turned out that, I mean, of course, there was some distinguishing variable, and I just have completely forgotten what it was. Do you still have that VOD? I should probably look at that again. You should. Very good. Yeah, okay, maybe it's not so easy to duplicate this actually. Hmm. But I'm sure it will be somehow fine. No way that's impossible to, like, clip through there. Using some amount of degenerate machinery, if necessary. Here's the degenerate machinery you can use, I think. If you're really desperate, you can pause the block all the way down here and then use the winged block to push you through the blocks. You got a clip here and you let the winged block push you. I never said it was pretty. I think that technically works. Does that work? In theory, at least? I don't even want to test it. Well, anyway. I'll figure out something. I think that's enough for today, though. It's been 5.5 hours of playing this hack. And I think I'm just done. So have a good night, thanks for watching. See you next week with maybe actual progress. But I want to point out that I learned a lot today. In fact, I did PI for the first time today. I never did PI before, I think. Yeah, no, pretty sure I didn't. And I cleared up a fundamental misconception about this game. Yeah. About this room, specifically. So, with that said, have a good night, thanks for watching, and see you next week.